Yo yo, time is 6:15 p.m. Just got up a short while ago. Makes me not want to upload my last stream. This is like people here are gonna get pissed off me saying like, oh, I don't like this, I don't like the people here. I don't like the culture. It's true though. Like it's true. I don't like the culture. I largely don't like the people very much. And that's always been a thing since I've met people from overseas in my, like, teenage years. I've always had the impression that, oh yeah, I don't really like people here very much. Well, I already did think I didn't like them that much, but then you realize, like, people don't have to be like that. Like, people from overseas don't act like that, basically. A lot of the time. So what did I say in my notes? Okay. Because and again, it's not just New Zealand. Like Australia's the same. It's the same kind of culture. Same problems, same issues, same everything. So New Zealanders who like New Zealand and like New Zealand culture and like New Zealand people also tend to like Australia. I don't because for the same reasons. So I don't like the culture. I don't largely like the majority of people here, aside from some of the Marjans that could be considered outsiders. I don't know. That's what ChatGPT said. I don't know. Same as Australian culture, similar to American culture. Less similar, but still similar to the UK. The UK is slightly different because they take things seriously sometimes, and they value intellectualism more, and then less of this bullshit egalitarianism, the social egalitarianism, where everyone is like, you level people for doing well. They have more of a, you're allowed to be successful. It's not even about me being successful. I just think it's shit when people do well here and everyone trashes them for it. Like East Asian culture, Sinosphere, there's a list of countries. French culture is likely alright. So I feel like France is like more intellectual. When I looked at the values on one of these websites, they had intellectualism under it. feel like they take things more seriously as well. I don't mean you have to be totally serious all the time, but I feel like I'm just a serious person a lot. And New Zealanders and Australians aren't serious at all. They're like the opposite of that. They're like intentionally ca- like carefree or whatever you call it, easygoing. I don't like that. It's really annoying. This is what people around me are like. It's what my father's like. I don't like it. Degree of refinement isn't as anti-intellectual as New Zealand and Australia. That's like, I feel like, maybe France, maybe, maybe Germany. French is a hard language though, but if you go off of French films, they're quite good. They have depth, you know? They're not like just stupid. A lot of New Zealand movies are just kind of stupid. Like, people love it. People love that shit, and it's like, it's stupid. I don't like it. Never have. We're just different. It doesn't. People shouldn't take it as like, it makes them like, well, I don't know. I don't know. Make of it what you will. This is just trying to figure this out. Like, I think it's basically true that some people will fit better into other cultures, right? If there is such a clash. Like, I find it so funny because people are always like, ethnic minorities and shit are always like, oh, I want my culture to be respected and all this. And it's like, I'm like, I don't even like my culture. I don't even like, it's supposed to be mine, right? It's supposed to belong to me, more or less, or belong to all the people who live here. I don't even like it. Like, I can't relate to that at all. Like, I feel like, minus certain areas, I'd, like, be glad um, to change it. Like, I wish it would change. That's kind of what I would want, is for it to be different. But I know it's not going to happen because nobody wants it to. I'm like one person who wants a culture change, as opposed to like literal millions who are fine with it. Where's the dissent? I'm not saying it. The only dissent I've really seen is like this. There's a like a people who hate New Zealand website. That's basically it. And then I read like I went on Chinese like internet search and I found a post, translated it from Chinese, and this person was talking about how much they don't like it here. Which is what I would expect, more or less. I think people from China like the freedom, but they don't like the food, and the culture can be a bit off-putting. Sometimes freedom is worth it to these people, though, but I don't know. Running out of drops. I haven't really met many French people though, only one or two. Like France is like the East Asia of Europe, of the West. Maybe. It just seems like that to me. Not in terms of being like socially conservative, but in terms of like valuing intellectualism. People in East Asia, if you do well on a test and shit, everyone is like, oh, that's great, that's so good. And in New Zealand, it pisses people off. If you value intellectualism, they're like, oh yes, that's a good thing. And yet in like these post-colonial countries, they hate it. They don't like it at all. It's better in the UK. Still, the UK has certain issues of, you know, the English speaking style of interaction and all of that, which I possibly don't like. But, yeah, they're more open to intellectualism. It's extremely obvious that that's the case. They're much less anti-intellectual than New Zealand and Australia are, or the United States. It was one of these Australian I always liked learning about culture because I didn't like the one I was a part of. Yeah, see? Intellectualism. I think there was like a French guy who commented on one of my Twitch streams. He might have followed me. I don't know. I don't know. It's hard for me to find people who like don't just fucking not like me or aren't people that I don't like. Like people from the New Zealand Australian culture, which is that's obviously who gets attracted the most because um well that's my accent and that's where I'm streaming from. That's the language I'm speaking. I think that yeah, it's pretty sure that's my accent. Contemporary setting, formal and courtiers value artistry and intellectualism. That sounds great. Holy shit. I don't think I read this before. That sounds pig. I wish. Maybe I should learn French. It seems easier than Chinese. God, Chinese is so hard. Fucking tones I never learned. I never learned tones. Because people here don't seem to like French people. People in the English-speaking world don't seem to like the French. And I always wondered, is it because they're actually bad people, or is it because, um, like it's people I don't like talking about people I would like? I always wondered that. I don't know if I've said that on stream before, but I always wondered, like, is is people in like New Zealand, for example, and it's the same in like Australia the United States, the UK, um, people here are like, oh, I went to France and the people were awful and they were terrible and I didn't like them at all. And it's like, was that the people's fault or was that something you did? I always wondered that. Because it's people from the same place, from the same culture saying these things, right? So I always wonder if it's just like a cultural conflict. And maybe a person like me would have a better time, even though learning languages is hard for me. I've heard that people don't like it when you don't speak French. Behaviors and ideals. Liberté, égalité, fraternité. Liberty, equality, fraternity. Yeah, they've also chopped people's heads off, so it's a bit of both. Terrorism, that's also calm. Doesn't exactly make them look very good, does it? And I don't exactly, well, maybe they have and it wasn't covered, but I don't exactly see other Muslims saying, oh, that was terrible. I don't see, you don't really see Muslims protesting terrorist attacks. Why? I wonder why. Yeah, because the immigrants aren't the secular ones. They're not like fucking Mamdani, who goes to the mosque like once a year, you know. Quite individualistic, okay, but they're respectable and courtiers, and they value like aesthetic stuff and intellectualism. Yeah, I hate living in this place, bro. People treat you like shit for it. Interests of oneself and one's immediate family take priority. Often, appropriate interaction depends on whether a person is within one's social circle or not, okay? Indeed, there are many nuanced social conventions in France. People outside their social circle, the French, are formal and courtiers. One example is the French language. That's like Spain Spanish. Vous and tu. Highly important to follow social conventions and exhibit appropriate level of formality in France. Some faux pas, wrong step, refers to embarrassing or unsophisticated remark in a social situation. Example of a faux pas would be to greet an acquaintance by their first name. Sometimes the formal and reserved nature of French people is often coupled with the directness of the French language, may unintentionally come across as cold or arrogant to a foreigner. However, the proper decorum generally loosens and relaxes a lot around good friends and family. French person is likely to show warmth and friendliness once they're properly acquainted themselves with you. That's opposed to here, where you're supposed to show warmth and friendliness to literally everyone you meet, and you can't even tell the difference between a close friend and, like, a complete stranger. Seriously. And people get pissed off if you don't do it. They think there's something wrong with you if you're not, like, treating everyone like your closest friend. I always found that so annoying. Like, there's no difference to these people. Barely. I mean, there is, but I don't know. It's like, it's not as significant as this. It is a difficult barrier. It's a hard language. Precise and structured language. At times, a direct translation into English can come across as arrogant and blunt. Most locals have some degree of English proficiency, reciprocate the efforts to communicate if one demonstrates an attempt to speak in French. Pessimistical Blake. It's about Debating and deep discussions about politics, cultural events, education and philosophies are common. Rationality debates, discussions about new and novel ideas. You know, that's interesting because that doesn't really happen here much. People here have it too easy. That's why they haven't developed in those areas. Because it's too easy to get by without it. I don't know. We'll see if Fortnite's working. I guarantee it won't be though. 30% still high. That's still like 1 in 3. Almost. Labour's on a bit over a third. National's a bit under a third. New Zealand First is on 10. Actors on 9. What are the Greens on? 7 and 2. Bro, what? How are the Greens falling? It's fucking Labour, bro. Honestly. Why do people switch from the Greens to Labour? Why do they do that? Seriously. Where does the Greens percentage even go to? It's fucking stupid. Yeah, I checked this yesterday. Was that this one? What's the poll? One news variant. It says the Greens are on 11. What do you mean? It says they're on 11. What the fuck? Have they got information I don't? I don't even know. That's not a... I didn't even read it properly. Chris Hipkins sucks though. He's not a good leader, bro. I've already had him. It's kind of bullshit that you can get kicked out by your own party in this country. Like, you don't get voted in as leader of the country. Like, the party gets voted in. Maybe if you led your own party as not a democracy, you couldn't get kicked out. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how that works. I don't think they can kick you out of your own party. Nobody even votes for Te Party Māori, but they'll still get in. They don't get any party votes. They get less than 5%, but they'll still win enough seats to stay in Parliament, likely. They'll win all those Māori seats again. Oh look, ethnicity-based seats. I wonder who's going to win them. Maybe the ethnicity-based party for that ethnicity. Big surprise. Doesn't matter how shit they are, people will still vote for them. It's fucking crazy, bro. Doesn't matter how shit they are, how many issues they have, they'll still get votes. That's what it is for Te Party Māori. They basically can't do anything wrong, except say, oh, we don't like Māori people or something. It's basically the only offense they could actually commit. When were they getting 9? When were they getting 9, bro? Holy shit. That is such a bad outlier result. When were they ever getting 9%? That's actually crazy. Majority of them aren't even over 5. There's only a couple over 5. I guess you could round some of those up. That's still like half. Everything recently has been low. Look at this. 0.6. I'm surprised they even find Māori Party voters, bro. Who votes for them? Māori people, I guess. I wouldn't. Like... How to use the bathroom. This is too high for the major parties. What is that? 67%. It's 2/3 of people are voting for the major parties. 2 out of 3 are voting for Labour or National. What the fuck is that? That shit's crazy. According to this poll. What's this one? 30... That's like 30... 65. So that's again almost 2/3. Jesus Christ. And then the rest of the votes are split mostly between 2 right-wing parties. And then there's the Greens. The Greens used to poll higher than any of the other ones. Now New Zealand First is polling higher than them in some polls. Fucking bullshit. Populism is too effective, bro. New Twitch drops. Who wants that? I don't even like Save the World. Isn't Cupid her song? A Cupid walks right through, something like that. I get a second chance at Cupid. That's not the same song. Dun, 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 dun. It's called From the Start. Yeah, that is one of her songs. This was only in the shop like 2 weeks ago. It's already back. That's crazy. And it's the top skin again. Is this traversal? Song is weird. Yo. What is this from? Looks like it's from Skylanders or something. I always wanted Skylanders. I don't think it exists anymore. Cute. That's Customize once is such a bunch of bullshit, bro. I hate that shit. I always leave them default. Oh, I hate that song. It's Dolce, right? Is that who it was? Let me... Dolce's fucking awful, bro. That's, so bad. Holy shit. She makes the worst fucking music. It's insane. Why is this back in the shop? This was in the shop like 2 days ago. Get this garbage out of here. Fucking singer's terrible as well. So trash. What is this emote? They're all girl skins because no one likes the male skins. That's what they've found. Why would you want 3 skins? That all look basically the same. Because is it even cheaper than... It's actually cheaper than buying this with a back bling. And the pickaxes. Just to get all of them. That's how they do it. That's a cool one. Always the goofiest players playing with these anthropomorphic skins. Things that look like living, they look like human animals. No one uses these gliders anymore, bro. When was this released? Season 1. Total garbage. How much is this? 800. 800 V-Bucks. V-Bucks inflation is crazy. Or deflation, or whatever you call it. This is 2,000? That's insane. 2,000 for a glider. No, that's crazy. Look, you can get this garbage glider. These goofy ass, whatever that even is, pickaxes. That's probably the best out of the 3, actually. What even is this, a back bling? It doesn't come with them? What? No, it does. Okay. You can get these mid-shows. Squid ink. Get it? Because they're black. Fucking stupid. That's it. It's got any styles? No. I don't like that music. It's annoying. Oh, this is a good one. I like the music. God, I'm so sick of that song. Remember when Major Lazer was rare? Does he even keep the gun arm out? That, what was it called? The Marshmallow Axe that played the song. That was pretty good. Bonus back bling. Don't most skins come with back blings? That looks pretty cool on us. Except it makes them look more obvious. Oh, I was gonna say, are these from Save the World? They are from Save the World. This has been in the shop for like a week. When are they gonna remove it? I haven't made enough money off of it or something. Wildcard, I remember this skin. When did this come out? Season 5. I was gonna say Season 4. What was it called? The Getaway or something. I can't remember. T-Pose, I got that. It's one of the only emotes I've ever bought. Oh, this is a good one. Was this Season 9 or Season 8? Season 7. I thought it would have come out for summer or something. What the fuck? Why does this have so many styles? Holy shit. Someone likes this skin too much at Epic Games. This is crazy. Look at how many styles it's got. It's like a whole different skin every time almost. I always thought Die With A Smile was part of that second Joker movie because it had Lady Gaga in it. I thought Bruno Mars was just in it for some random reason. It just sounds like the kind of name you give to a song in that because it was a musical with Lady Gaga in it. Did anyone even watch that? Apparently it wasn't very good. Lisa, is Coachella over? Isn't there another weekend? Or was that this weekend? Was that this weekend? Maybe it's over. It might be over. Shit, I missed all of it. How did I do that? No, it would still be on today, right? I'm gonna check the YouTube. Who's this? Oh, Justin Bieber's on right now. Anyway, that's boring. I watched 2 seconds. I can say I watched 2 seconds of it. I would watch it, but I mean, I can't watch it on stream, so. Do they censor these? I'm sure they don't swear. All I do is win, no matter what. What does this mean? Not suitable in all experiences. Only the instrumental loops will be available when jamming on islands rated 7 plus or below, not the lyrics. But do they censor them? See, I don't use the chat because I think I'm gonna get banned for swearing or something if I was just talking normally. Like I do when I'm usually on stream and stuff. I feel like I'm gonna get banned. iPhone's got a warning on it. I don't. Radio edits. What is this? Oh, it's festival. Maybe I should try playing Festival. Will I have bad ping in Festival? Mic vocals have arrived. Oh, with your microphone, that's crazy. Oh, no. I'm not gonna do that. I hate Africa. That song. So overplayed. Don't fell, no fell. Mild swearing, okay. They really want people to play Festival, don't they? I don't have Back to Friends. These aren't mine. Bro, what? You can just play any of them. I thought that was the whole point of, like, of buying them. I don't have any of those, though. How do you do Evil Jordan vocals, bro? How do you do Evil Jordan vocals? This is just me. Wait. I don't even know what I'm supposed to be pressing. D, F, J, K. Ow. How could they collab with Cotty on a kids game? This sucks. This is so boring. I got 3.5 stars. Top 87, is that good? Probably not. Like a lower number's good, right? That's not good. This sucks. Fucking reaction game. It's not even strategy, it's just reaction. Oh, I had the display off the whole time. Whoops. I just played Fortnite Festival, one round. That sucked. Big surprise, I've already played it before and it sucked that time as well. National Tumbles, bro, they're still on like 1 in 3 people would vote for them. That's not that small. We played something like that at a camp once. What's news? That'll be talk about the Iran war. It's always the Iran war, or maybe it's a documentary. It's not. Holy shit, they're obsessed. Please, I get that they're in the Middle East, but not all the news has to be about the Middle East. The chances of you pulling it up and it being about the Middle East is like 9 out of 10. It's insane. I want to hear about the rest of the world. I already know what's happening in the Middle East. I get updates constantly. You don't need to be constantly covering it on the news as well. I wonder what France 24's up to. This is what Al Jazeera should be talking about. Elections. World news. Not just focusing on one story over and over again, which is what they've been doing since COVID-19. They figured out, just by some bullshit, that focusing on just one story gets them viewers or something like that. I don't even know. It's like the fucking leader of the country probably tells them to do it. Fuck. And that place looks nice. The loot pool is getting too large. That's just sad. Oh, come on. Now I get a lag spike. That's crazy, bro. I'm getting punished. I literally just killed that guy. Now I get a lag spike. What a coincidence. Stupid flies. Boo. Come back, you loser. Oh my god. Total loser, bro. He's gonna hide in the bush. Is that what he's gonna do? This guy's a total loser, bro. Honestly, that's my fucking rival. The guy who's sprinting away in the opposite direction. Oh my fucking god, who's this retard shooting at me? I'm trying to get my rival. There we go. That wasn't even him? What? Iran thinking they can force the United States to do this and that. Fucking bullshit. The United States can do whatever it wants. It's the strongest country on earth. You're gonna push them around. Don't be fucking stupid. Should be glad they haven't been bombed out of existence. That they still follow law to a certain degree and they're not just massacring civilians. Fucking hell, what was that? This guy's such a loser, bro. He's just running away. He's just totally running away the whole time. Players who do this are fucking pathetic. Like, just come at me, you fucking loser. Imagine if I lose it after this. Look at this fucking degenerate. He's just running away constantly. That's all he's doing. Is just running away. He's just constantly running away. Oh my fucking god. This is fucking bullshit, bro. People who play like this are just fucking waste, honestly. You won't even fight your rival, you just run away the entire time. It's not even the same guy. Guy deserves to be killed, that's insane. That's what you deserve, you fucking idiots. Fell off the rock. Come on. Fucking retard died to full damage. He died like he lived. Like a fucking coward the entire time. Died like a total fucking loser. He played like a loser as well. Died as he lived, running away. Running away. He even died running away and he fell off a cliff. That's karma, you fucking idiot. Died running off a cliff. Fucking retard. This pathetic loser using a sniper rifle. Pull out your shotgun, idiot. Ah ha ha. You had a crown? No way. What the fuck is that? Thunderbolt of Zeus. Yeah, get rid of that garbage. Ah, fuck. See, this is the kind of news I should be getting. This is like actually interesting stuff that is like relevant, not just obsessing over one article like Al Jazeera does. Should be a broad view. At least my ping's going back to normal. Except that, well, it went up a bit when I killed someone. Hope so. Says right-wing influence coming to an end. I wish, but I don't think so. He's got a boss. Die, loser. That's what you get for having a bot. Cuba's problems are their own fault. You can't just blame the United States for everything bad that happens to them. They have terrible, terrible leadership. It is the leadership's fault. They should have prepared for stuff like this. How can they say, oh, it's all the fault of the United States? That's just absurd. It's just like, oh, the enemy of the country I don't like is a good country. That's the logic. It's fucking stupid. Cuba is poor because their government is fucking retarded and has a terrible policy for running the economy and otherwise. It's a stupid place. They haven't adapted. Yes. I killed that loser and I won the game. Victory Royale. Vic Roy. See you laters. Yay. Sexy ladies. Level up 2 times. Up, up, up. Oppa Gangnam Style. Oh, I feel sick. Too much fiber. See, this is like actually interesting broad coverage, whereas Al Jazeera will still be on the Ukraine issue, on the Iran issue. They're constantly covering it, it's insane. Yeah, they're only now getting to the, like, other stuff. No, why haven't I seen this? This isn't even on the main page. Not even here. Oh, it feels good to win. Everyone gets to watch me do Gangnam Style and listen to Gangnam Style in the background. Bro, what? It's not working. The fuck's happening? Bro. Yeah, of course it won. It's a robot. How could they lose? Might as well just drive a car. Oh shit. Bro fucking died. Daybreak. It's nighttime here almost. Is all Al Gore cares about the environment? Like, is that it? It's a fucking professional class issue. Yeah, like the environment matters because it affects everyone as opposed to like things that only affect poor people. Which apparently don't matter because they don't affect everyone. We'll solve the environmental issues and the poverty issue will be exactly the same. That's what they want. Won't fix poverty at all. Cuba shouldn't need aid, bro. If they were like, would just change the way they run their country, they could solve all of their issues. It's a poorly governed place. How did I get those? Okay. I just got a car. That's weird. Up, 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 up a Gangnam Style. Sexy ladies. Squibbly. Turkish minority in Bulgaria. That's weird. They got they got far right, right wing, center. There's only one even just slightly left party in the whole country. That's actually crazy. Maybe it's more complicated than that, but that's kind of crazy. Why has this party got so many leaders? It's got 4 leaders. Center right, center to center right, far right, center, center left, center, right wing, far right, far right. So bro, how easy is it to make a party in this country? Look at it, look at how many parties there are. Crazy. Like they're gonna do that. Lebanon's a failed state, bro. Our next set locks at 150. Oh, come on. Oh, but that'll be all of them. Okay, well. I don't want any of those things. Oh, that would be a cool one to get. It was a high school wing? What the fuck, bro? They really get people into it. Politics is like totally out of high school in New Zealand. That's crazy. Center to center left. Not even as left wing as the, what do you call it, Labour tends to be. Just liberalism. Liberalism sucks. I need to move on from that. Something more progressive. This has become all they are. All they are is opposition to Trump. That's basically what American politics has become, is pro-Trump, anti-Trump. What do the Democrats even actually stand for at this point? Like, that's it. They stand for being anti-Trump. Adopting an increasingly progressive economic agenda. Abortion rights. Is abortion legal in New Zealand? I don't even know. I think it is. See countries. Where's a map? Any maps? It's not even legal in the UK. Except for Risk. This is totally irrelevant though, because she actually lost, so it doesn't matter that she was the first black woman nominated. I say all this identity politics stuff, and what actually happened, she lost. So it meant absolutely nothing. Even if she'd won, she would have been a center politician. Probably not very left at all, honestly. Including all 7 of the swing states she lost, as well as the popular vote, becoming the first candidate to do so since John Kerry in 2004. Amid what was a global anti-incumbent backlash. And blaming it on global anti-incumbent backlash. Honestly. For Japan has like 100 and something million people, but only 1 million people are members of their major political party. I guess I just don't give a shit about politics then. Why would you not become a member if you supported them? People don't care or something. New Zealand doesn't even have a socialist party, bro, let alone a communist party. New Zealand's not even on here. It's fallen to 2.2 to 5%. It used to be about a quarter of the population was in a party. Now it's barely anyone. That's crazy. It's dropped ever since the start. That's crazy, bro. Party membership. No official data on party membership these days. That's stupid. Well, at least Fortnite seems to be working more or less. Why would you not become a party member? What is the party member data? 2008, 54,000, that's nothing. That's like an electorate. How about the turnout? It's remained roughly the same. It's only gone down a little bit. In 2017 it was up. I like politics. It actually has an effect on things sometimes. What should I get for dinner? I had a bit of curry stuff, but then I threw it up. I wish McDonald's burgers were nicer. They're not very nice. I want a drink. Like a Sprite Zero. And some fries. And I don't know. They don't do Angus burgers at McDonald's anymore. That's so lame. I have to wake up earlier tomorrow and call work and then go home to check that they've got my information so that they won't cancel my benefit. People in New Zealand seem to not even care about politics, honestly. Like, they'll just vote for one of the two major parties most of the time. Who the fuck is the Progressive Party? I don't think that this exists. The Mana Party's not a thing anymore either. Fuck, this hasn't been updated in ages. He's in New Zealand. He's in the Parliament now. Okay. I didn't know that. Need someone to upset the current way things are here. Is this the same article? Yeah, it is. Let's put some music on. Hey, that was a good match before. I had low ping, and so I won the match. Typical, because I know how to play. Bro, what? No guns? The chest only had shield in it. That's more like it. Ooh. And I woke up. Wanted you to change. Waiting for never. Oh, there's supposed to be wax. Why is the quality so low? Saw someone destroying a Netanyahu statue. That was funny. At, Mexico Wax Museum. Why is this guy running away, bro? You literally started the rivalry. Why do they start rivalries and then run away? Well... There he is. Oh my god, why am I getting lag? That's bullshit, bro. I lagged so much. People just crotch on these he's even emoting on that. I literally lagged, you retard. I couldn't aim because my game lags out when I fight people. It's fucking obvious. They need to nerf these sniper rifles. They're too easy to get kills with. So many people. It's like you fire like 3 shots and take out a person's entire health and shield. It's fucking bullshit. We don't even need sniper rifles. If you're having a sniper rifle, make it one of these one-shots that takes ages to reload. It's fucking stupid. Make one that takes ages to reload, but is like a one-shot headshot. Why do people get into debt, bro? It sounds awful. Debt is slavery. It's not worth it. What is worth getting into debt for? A car? You don't need a new car. You can get a cheap old car for like $2,000 in New Zealand. It'll be garbage, but that's better than being in debt. That doesn't take too long to save for if you make minimum wage even. Getting into debt is like one of the stupidest things you can do. I've been waiting for a long time. Such a long time. I've been waiting for a long time. Such a long time. Hate that shit. I wish they would just get rid of these fucking bullshit items that they have. The loot pool is too flooded. It's flooded with garbage. I was thinking, oh, I should upgrade my weapons. I've got coins, yeah, but none of the weapons I have are the ones worth upgrading. What's that? Ice King's Vault Key. What the fuck? How many are there? 3? Where is it? Where do I go now? It's back here. Oh. Yo. Foundation's Power Gloves. Okay, that's where you got these from. Uh-oh. Fuck. You do not need to kill that badly, bro. Honestly. You do not need to kill that badly. Just shot me in the back, honestly. Just dropped down and shot me in the back while I was opening chests. Fuck. Ah, damn it. I always forget that that happens. This healing is so slow. Let me just hide those somewhere. not gonna be homophobic. My boyfriend's gay. Wonder if Justin Bieber's still on Coachella. There was this Twitter post, I think it was posted on Reddit, where it was like, oh, I don't know what Bad Bunny's saying, but I know it's cool. No, it's not. If you translated it, Bad Bunny's fucking lame. He's just one of these, he's like one of these lame, generic fucking rappers. That's what that style of reggaeton is. It's the most typical generic shit you've ever heard. The lyrics are really mediocre. They're not good. They don't have depth. They don't have, like, some kind of emotional insight. They're just, like, generic. It's like hedonism and partying and shit. And stupid bullshit about being a big time celebrity. And that's, you know, and he's like, oh, I'm really successful and stuff. Those are his lyrics. That's reggaeton. Reggaeton is like the trashy hip hop of Latin American music. So, do people not realize that's what it is? And when people say they don't like it, that's usually the reason why. And because it's like a very repetitive, generic genre. If you don't like it, there's kind of nothing else within the genre. There's very little that doesn't sound the same. This guy's coming out. I think I've seen this guy before, Skux Deluxe. Fuck. Got the drop on me. Oh no. Oh well, well played, well played. Fucking super shredder, bro. Is that thing OP? I don't even know. I'm gonna live my life. This song is literally. Oh, my auntie asked me something about girlfriend. And he says, oh, but I never married them. This is like, just being this is like Drake, you know? So it's like, he's like Drake, and people hate Drake. Nobody hates Bad Bunny because he's Latino. And they don't know what he's saying in his songs. That's not a good translation. Oh, fuck off. Started with an alright. Is this one of Daft Punk? It just sounds like it. It's got that voice thing. Today I have one, tomorrow I have another, but there's no wedding. He never marries them. You know, he's a celebrity. Talking about he has sex with them. He's a womanizer. He treats girls like objects. They're just interchangeable. Right? Why do they think this is not fire, bro? This is not fire. This is like fucking cringe. People think it sounds good because they don't know what he's saying. And it sounds different to what they've usually listened to. It's not actually good. It's fucking trash, bro. Reggaeton is a trash genre. It's trashy people, low culture people. That's what it's known. People in Latin America know it as that. Right? That's why some people don't like it. What other songs has he got? What other ones do I know? What about just his album that won the one that won the Grammys? Okay, well this is... It's like hip-hop, right? Except it's like hedonistic hip-hop. It's not like insightful, emotional hip-hop. I like Post Malone because he's like... It's more, I don't know, it's got a sense of actual emotion to it. It's not just like hedonism, like a lot of these other songs are. Some of the songs that I've added to the playlist are like that, but I don't really like those songs, and I wouldn't make it the majority of the playlist. Some idiot was saying, oh, I don't know what Bad Bunny's saying, but I know it's fire. It's not fire. This isn't fire. Translate the songs. They're not fire. These are... It's just hedonism. It's just like low culture and hedonism and, you know, all that hip-hop style. The trashy kind, right? What else is up? Reactionary. This stuff gets co-opted by leftists simply for the, well, at least liberals, just because he's a Latino, just because he's an ethnic minority. The guy's music is reactionism. It's all hedonism, sexism, being a trashy, low culture type of person. It's all backward. Like, you know, partying, hedonism, partying, not inside. Unless people like this stuff, I don't know if they do. It's just what people, because someone was making a comparison to like what the Pope was writing with all his religious speech, where he was critiquing Trump, and they were saying, "Oh, the Pope is like Trump." No, the Pope is like Bad Bunny. I don't know what he's saying, but I know it's fire. Bad Bunny's not fire, bro. Maybe this one's not as bad. Like, this is just Drake, bro. This is like Drake. This is like the shittiest Drake stuff. This is what people critique Drake for, but of course Bad Bunny gets zero critique because he's Latino and nobody knows what he's saying. They say it's good and they have no idea what the lyrics are or what the culture behind it is. It's absurd. Flexing, treats women like objects. Oh, but he likes this one. Fucking stupid, bro. They're all like this. The whole genre is like this, bro. This is the whole genre. And people like this shit. It's really popular. Like, it's like the fucking trash ass gangster rap, right? All that gangster shit. So it's like, do people not even realize that that's what reggaeton is the equivalent of in Latin America, is like the gangster stuff. They're not necessarily gangsters, but it's the same low culture, hedonistic, sexist, maybe not as violent, you know, partying, low culture, generally reactionary and backwards. Like degenerated. Like it's a regression. It's going backwards is what they want. Sexist and womanizing. I always thought one of the big critiques of Drake was like his womanizing, um, treating girls like objects. And this is like every Bad Bunny song is doing the same shit. Even the one where he's like, oh, he loves the girl. He keeps talking about how he can get any girl he wants. He mentions it twice, and he's had so many girlfriends. It's pathetic. Honestly, and people think this shit is good because they don't know what he's saying, and the people that like him in Latin America probably don't care or they agree with it. They're more conservative, honestly. Shit is absurd. If people knew what he was saying in English, when he was singing the songs, if they translated the lyrics over the Super Bowl, I guarantee people wouldn't like it. And you get the Latino defenders saying, "Oh, it's different in Spanish. It's not the same in Spanish." It's the same meaning though, isn't it? It's the same sentiment. They just say, "Oh, well, the culture's a bit different." Yeah, the culture's a bit regressive, in my opinion. Culture's a bit backward. Much like a lot of hip hop, unfortunately. Well, he doesn't talk about drugs and violence as much as these Western, mainly American hip hop artists. He's obsessed with sex. People never sing about. They don't say. I like Post Malone because he's got like emotional depth to his songs. You know, most of them, some of them, not all of them necessarily, but usually he does. It's just party songs, bro. You know, it's no wonder he had girls shaking ass in the Super Bowl. It's a family event, bro. Like, I'm not, I'm not necessarily against it, but I know other people are going to be, were going to be and were pissed off about it. They had the dancers shaking ass. They were literally twerking. That's crazy, bro. That's like a highly sexualized dance move. They were literally shaking their asses for the camera. And the middle of the day, live events. Jesus Christ. They thought that was acceptable. It's absurd. It's a sports game, bro. Unbelievable. People think this shit is pagan. It's just regressive. It's just regressive, honestly. What's another popular one? Oh, DTMF, 2.2 million. That's heaps. This is just weird. That's so weird. Okay. People think this guy's so epic because they don't know what he's saying. You translate the fucking people. I've seen people who speak Spanish who say I can't even tell what he's saying. You translate the lyrics, and he's just like this kind of freaky ass weirdo, sex obsessed. He's always flexing about how many girls he's got. Sees women as like interchangeable objects. He's just a womanizer. Like every song is just him womanizing, like being a player. You know, he's like just trying to get girls. He's just trying to convince girls to get with them. This is like Drake, except yeah, it's like this is like what I critique about Drake. I think it's like fucking lame that that's like all of his songs where he's not like talking shit with um it's not all of his songs, but it's a lot of his songs, right? He's just being a womanizer, and that's like all he can do. That's all he sings about. And this is like, well, there's like some emotion there, like regret. That's something. That's it. It's like, well, look at the character on this guy, bro. That's so lame. How about this one? I swear you had Libs just like piling on saying, oh, it's so good. Bad Bunny's so good. I've never listened to him before, but it's so good. It's just because to support Bad Bunny is like to be anti-Trump, right? Bad Bunny doesn't like Trump. That's his first. And that's like the line. The line is, are you pro or anti-Trump? It's fucking stupid, bro. He's only pro-Trump because he's a Latino. That's how it works. If he weren't a Latino, he wouldn't be pro-Trump. Anti-Trump, I mean. He's only anti-Trump because he's a Latino. He's a Latino from Puerto Rico. That's the only reason. It's not because he has like some strong character or like some, what do you call it? You know, like he's not like a fucking Marxist. He's not like a. He's probably not even a leftist. He's probably generally like right. He's a rich artist. He's a rich reggaeton music artist. They're generally like conservatives. They're not leftists. They're not, possibly not even liberals. They're just anti-Trump because Trump has been bad to Latinos. That's the only reason. It's fucking stupid. They think he's like an ally. These people aren't allies. You can't rely on them for anything because as soon as Trump goes away, or if they got a pro-Latino Republican in who stopped doing all the anti-Latino stuff, they would support that. They would literally support that. That's like they like the social conservatism as well as pushing their own progressiveness, which is like stuff like this. Stuff like this trashy, hedonistic, partying, sexism, womanizing, low culture, sex obsessed. That's what they like. If they could get a Republican Party that supported those things, they would vote for it 100%. And if it were not anti-Latino. Simple as that. Simple as that. Because there are like white Republicans who are pro all of these things, and they vote for the Republican Party because the Republican Party is not anti-white. Simple as that. Even a lot of black hip hop artists who are like the regressive kind, they're pro Trump. Like, it's kind of absurd. You would think, oh, but aren't they different? No, because actually, the people, like, at the bottom of the culture, and the people the people, they're both right wingers, essentially. They're just to different degrees. You know, Bad Bunny's probably religious and shit as well. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. In the club, this is just a party song. It's talking about sex. My food must have arrived ages ago. Bro, my food arrived 30 minutes ago. I forgot. I mean, Post Malone does rap about drugs and drinking a lot. I will say that's a thing. But I don't know. Like, Rockstar's a pretty hedonistic one. I don't really listen to Rockstar these days. I was, but so he's talking about sex. He's flexing. Flexing status. Partying. Sex. More sex. I looked at this one yet. Polski. This one doesn't seem so bad. Maybe I haven't listened to this one. Probably sounds the same. The lyrics of this one aren't so bad. Is it short? I don't think this is a party song. Like, can he not do what Post Malone does and make party songs? Make party songs that are like, have insight and like emotional depth and stuff. Because this isn't even a party song. Do people actually listen to this? I actually like this one. This one's Bad Bunny, isn't it? This isn't reggaeton though. Like, I don't like reggaeton. I don't like the traditional style either. Still hedonism, but I mean, this style is less annoying. He doesn't have a bad voice, but yeah, I don't like the style of reggaeton. I've never really liked reggaeton. They don't have a translation feature. So there is hedonism, but it's followed by like insight, as in like depth, as in like he's recognizing his emotional state, that he's actually only doing the hedonism. So it's not just, oh, I love hedonism, I love being a hedonist, guys, I love being a hedonist, as like other songs, party songs are, other styles, and most of reggaeton, it seems, a lot of reggaeton at least, and a lot of hip hop. He's actually, it goes further into insight, saying, oh, he's actually only doing that to pretend that he doesn't, to like distract from thinking about the girl that he likes. That is a lot more, has a lot more depth. I don't know who I'm lying to if this feeling keeps me up at night. So this is way better. This is like, he's not just going into the, How does he go from doing one like this to the rest of his stuff, which is just like, I love having sex. I love being a womanizer. That's fucking stupid, bro. And I hope that today I dream of you, today I dream beautifully. This is like longing as well, which is a deeper emotion than just having sex, right? It's like flag spots. This one's more like a Post Malone song. I didn't even know this is what it was about. I just like the way it sounded. So when he says smoking, drinking, fucking, pretending that I don't like, it's like he's doing this, the hedonism, to try to distract. It's like he's doing that to pretend, which has way more depth than like any of his other stuff that I've just looked at. Why doesn't he make more music like this? This is like actually good. Maybe people don't like it. Maybe people don't like it as much. I think people want. Do people just want the hedonistic, trashy stuff that is just pro hedonism, and that's all? Kind of sucks. How many lessons has this got? No, go forward. 813 million's got, isn't it? Maybe it's not good as Bad Bunny's other stuff. It's hard to tell what do they actually like, or is he just doing that because it's popular? This other stuff's got billions, bro. It's not even close. This isn't even by him. Why have I added this one? Is he talking about money and how it doesn't make up for the fact that he's still sad? Is that what he's saying? I don't know. It's a translation. Oh yeah, I checked all of it. I don't even know if all reggaeton is awful. Maybe it's just Bad Bunny stuff. It's the most popular one. Oh, he is on it. I mean, this one's catchy, but it's just about sex, isn't it? It's literally just about sex. I don't know why I added that one. Because it's catchy, I guess. And this one is not the main artist. I'm so tired. This one's just about sex. Okay, I think I've checked enough. He's like Drake. He's got one, like, good... He's got one good song that's kind of like a Post Malone song. Where it's, like, regretful and like, insightful. And then the rest of it is just hedonism. People like hedonism though, it's really popular these days. There's basically people who think that pleasure is like the end goal, like that's the whole point of anything. Hedonism, sexism, glorification of drugs and violence. See, this is someone probably from Latin America answering the question. associated with the lower class for a region. It's lumpen music. Seriously, it's fucking lumpen music. So these lumpens make the music and then they get popular and then they become wealthy celebrities like hip-hop. Except the most popular form of it, like hip-hop, is just party hedonism. That's what it promotes. Maybe it is an introvert thing, as someone said. Maybe it is an introvert thing. I don't like it. Never liked it. It's not just classism. It pushes a certain set of values. It pushes every fucking piece of culture pushes certain values. Every piece of culture pushes a certain set of values, right? Reggaeton is like some of the least insightful music. It's like the equivalent of this fucking gangster rap shit where there is no insight at all whatsoever and they just heavily promote a certain lifestyle, right? The reggaeton lifestyle is having sex all the time, womanizing, being sexist, seeing women as objects, partying all the time, being excessive, flexing, and generally being backwards socially. Generally being socially backward. I think it's progress just because it's different and it's not. I don't like it, and that's the reason. I don't really like the way the music sounds either, but honestly, it's not even ironic. Like, you think like Gangnam Style, which I've just done, is like, oh, he's sexualizing women. Yeah, but he's being ironic. The whole thing is a parody. It's a joke. Everything Psy does is a fucking joke. It's supposed to be taken ironically, not seriously. When he's like, oh, you know, sexualizing women and all of this, he's doing it as he's being ironic. He's like playing a character and being excessive in it. It's supposed to be funny, and it is funny because it's not real. You got fucking Bad Bunny, and he's totally serious. He's not joking at all. It's like Drake. It's like these terrible Drake songs, like fucking Nokia, where he's just trying to get with some girls, and he's like flexing, womanizing, objectifying them. That's gross, honestly. That shit's crazy. It's one thing to be interested in sexual stuff, it's another thing entirely to be totally obsessed, and it's like the only thing you do. The only thing you sing about in your media is like being sexist and womanizing, wanting to have sex with women, having sex with women. fucking stupid. That's the whole. That's like his whole album was like that. He had one song that wasn't, and it wasn't in the reggaeton style. It wasn't a party song. Why can't they make party music? Because I do like energy music. Not promoting harmful ideologies. Harmful and backward ideologies. Ideologies and cultural values. Chingando, fumando, bebiendo. I don't even know the order it goes on. See, I like this one because it sounds good. And what's it called? It's insightful. It has depth, and you can kind of feel that from the way it sounds. Bro, leave me alone. I didn't even attack you, you stupid loser. I literally let you go. That shit's crazy. Oh, and you're gonna make... It's not even him. I was gonna say, you're gonna make him my rival. Mojave Ghost. Fuck. I thought it was something else. Hedonism is worthless, bro. It won't sustain you, and it doesn't. It never does. What people realize is that the further into hedonism they go, the further in it they have to go to feel the same from it. Right? Pleasure only lasts and, like, is sustainable for so long, and then you have to replace it with something else. That's why it's not reliable to just go off of pleasure. Holy shit, good load. Because Yeah, as I get back to the original point, the guy was like, I've never listened. I don't know what he's saying, but I'm sure it's fire. It's not fire. It isn't fire. That Bunny's a hedonist. That's his music. His music is I'm a hedonist. I'm a hedonist, and all of these other things that go along with it, like these rappers. It's not fire. Unless you think fucking King Von and shit is fire, you know? He's not violent like that, but it's the same kind of social regressiveness. It's backward. This guy's priorities and cultural values are backward. Where is this guy? Fucking hell. How does he not realize I'm here? Got no ammo. He's gonna use this fucking rocket launcher, bro. Pathetic. They both had crowns? What the fuck? Stupid loser. Almost killed me, that's crazy. At least Fortnite's working. But yeah, no, I don't like reggaeton and I've got reasons for it. It sounds bad and there's a reason. It's part of it is the sound of the music. But then you go and you look in and it's like, oh yes, regressiveness. Maybe I wouldn't think that the music sounded so bad if it wasn't regressive in values. How do families listen to this shit, bro? He's literally talking about having sex all the time. That's how are families listening to Bad Bunny? How was Bad Bunny the Super Bowl act? This is like having fucking Young Thug or, you know, ASAP Rocky or something. It's what they're like. They're all the same kind of low culture. The fuck is that? It's regressive. It's backward, honestly. Is this bugged? Gotta reload my guns. I don't think sex is bad, by the way. I'm like pro sexuality and all of that. Like, I just think it's kind of regressive that that's like literally all he seems to care about. That's all he sings about is having sex. It's fucking lame. It's just like physical pleasures, bodily pleasures. That's all he cares about. You might as well just do drugs. Like, and yeah, I mean, he probably does. Probably does do drugs. It's a whole party. Why is so much music? Like, why is partying so closely associated with doing drugs? Why are drugs so necessary? Why aren't there any songs that are like social critique or something that aren't from a right-wing perspective? What the fuck is this guy doing? Fuck off, loser. Don't use that gun. What are you doing? Stupid retard. Another one. Not another one, bro. Honestly. Another sniper. Find another weapon, you losers. This song's annoying. Singing with that whisper voice that some women do. Pitchy, whispery voice. Getting 2 combos is such a good idea. It's like a big amount of food. It means I got like 3 meals worth. 2 meals worth, basically. 2.5 meals worth. Fries is like half. 2 fries is like half a meal. Nah. I don't know. The combination of 2 fries and the wings is like a meal and a half. I mean, look, a lot of the reggaeton is like fun and shit, but people should know what they're listening to. It's not fire, bro. Shit's not fire. It would be fire if he had actually good messages, you know? Or at least some insight, and he doesn't. He's like... It's like a sickness, hedonism. Hedonism is like a sickness. People who only want to get into doing drugs and having sex and all of that. That's... Like... That's backward. Yeah, I would say it's like absurd to even like mention it. It's like, couldn't they ever, anyone ever talk about like left-wing politics, left-wing political causes? He doesn't even sing about like something he supports, like Puerto Rican independence or like Latino, um, what do you call it? Doesn't even sing about, like, Latino issues. He just sings about hedonism. Why is my ping so bad? That's bullshit. I'm gonna die to bad fucking ping, bro. What gun did he have? A gold. Well, couldn't have beat him. But I had the combat though. Was mine a blue or was it a... That was a purple. How did I lose that? Is this skin from this season or was that last season? I can't remember. I think that's last season. Which is very typical of like of certain popular lower class genres. If you can call it that. That's what they're associated with, right? Like, this is like reflective, right? Look at the dog. That's funny. Bro, I could have won this. He's got the Merry Munchkin. That's such a good one. My brother's got that. I don't dance. No, not really. People say it's an introvert thing. No, I don't think that's accurate. New Zealand's a pretty extroverted country. Bad Bunny is sexist, bro. He's just less obvious about it. It's still in his lyrics. He's not progressive. Bad Bunny is backwards, bro. Maybe for Peru he's progressive. He's not progressive for where I am. Bad Bunny is very back. Yeah, they obviously he sexualizes them and he treats them as interchangeable. Damn. Got killed by this WWE character. He's called the Alien. McDonald's wings are quite good actually. I kind of like them as opposed to KFC. KFC's too greasy. 4, 5, 6. My bucket list. This is by the same person. Maybe it's hypocrisy. I still think Bad Bunny just sounds terrible. Like, Ooh. I bet they'll remove the combat next season. It's too OP. The only good AR is too OP. That's what they'll say. It's too OP. We can't have it in the game. It's too OP. My innocence, I'm muddy in my... all my innocence. Why do I have this in my fucking Why do I have that in my loadout, bro? That'll be done. Bot. Why couldn't music be like a public service, you know? It's like these people don't feel any obligation for like what they're actually putting out to be like helpful to society. It's just like a reflection of it. And not even an accurate one often. It's like a reflection of the individuals making the music. Guess that's what people like though. And then there's like party music, which is like instrumental EDM style, which is just supposed to be catchy. That didn't even take me further. Oh my god, bro. He had full HP and shield, and he had the purple shotguns. Barely even damaged them. Need to find some new music. Switzerland's not progressive, what? Switzerland's a right-wing paradise. How is Switzerland progressive, bro? That's absurd. That's not true. Political stability. That's not necessarily a good thing. It's a very right-wing country. Norway's a smart country. They do oil. And, but they do it through a state investment fund thing. How is Japan one of the most progressive countries on here? Japan is not a progressive country, bro. It's pretty backwards. They've only done up to 2020? That was 6 years ago. Okay, I don't need this time series thing. Switzerland. Where's New Zealand? It's down here. Bro, how is Japan so close to New Zealand? This can't be accurate. I don't think this is accurate. There's also lots of countries which are both horrendous politically and socially and which show no signs of going in the right direction. That's like Iran. It's like Iran. It's like all those Muslim countries are just stuck in the past and have no sense of ever improving. Seriously, bro. That's what they're like. I think it's the US it's not the US, you idiot. The US is not horrendous politically and socially. It's not absolutely terrible. It's worse than most of Europe and Australia and New Zealand, but it's really not that bad. Americans think they live in the worst country on earth. It's fucking crazy. Neoliberals get rid of the welfare state and then the people elect a fascist. That's a classic. It's not Cuba. Cuba's a backwards country, bro. Look at how poor they are. How are they going in the right direction? Look at how poor they are. They've been poor. They used to be wealthier when the USSR was around. Now they're even way worse. Do they at least have low inequality? Says every time. That was 26 years ago. Was that better or worse? That's worse. It's more unequal than New Zealand. Like, what are they doing? How is this a good economy? People think Cuba's doing a good job. Like, they're not. People think Cuba's the best. Politics will make you angry, and no, they not want you idiots. Sometimes it's better. Sometimes it's worse. People think Cuba's the best. What was the question? Most progressive country. It's not Cuba, bro. Cuba's a poor country. They should have reformed the economy like decades ago. It's fucking crazy, bro. Yeah, this is literally how it is. So the first 30 years, very equal, very developed, and then there's the post-Soviet era, where it's become a unequal trash place. It sucks now. People think it's good because they're delusional. How can you be so delusional about Cuba being a good place? It's a terrible place to live. Be better off living in any other actually developed country. Poor majority and a better off minority. That's what you have. It's like super unequal. It's like, what's the point of the socialism if there's high inequality? The inequality is worse than in New Zealand, and in New Zealand it's bad. It's fucking crazy, bro. I mean, the welfare seems good, at least in theory. Free healthcare, state-financed education, social insurance, pensions, financed by state enterprise and government, subsidies on food, subsidized public housing. These are all good things. Bro, why is the pension lower for women when men live shorter lives? That's kind of absurd. The pension's 5 years higher for men in Cuba, but men live on average like 5 years less, don't they? $9.50 a month. Is that enough? US dollars $9.50. Just to eat modestly requires a monthly income of 7,000 and 10,000 pesos. 79% of pensioners in Cuba receive under 4,000. It's not even close to enough. Yeah, they used to be doing quite well, and then, after the USSR fell apart and stopped trading with them as much, um, became much more unequal and poorer and lower quality services. Jesus Christ, it was 6%, and then 1994 it was 15%. And then 2022 they say it's like 72%. In 2025 it says 89%. 70% of Cubans skipping some of their daily meals due to lack of means. Like, how is this good? This is like people are saying this is like peak socialism. Jesus Christ. What's the point of it when people are literally like starving themselves because they can't afford it? 96% of Cuban families struggling to secure sufficient nutrition. People honestly think that this is like good. Just the sugar industry collapsed. Jesus Christ. What did they do, bro? What the fuck did they do? It's just terrible leadership. These terrible leaders, bro. Nation's its oil costs, right? Richness in natural resources hindered its industrial development. Resource costs. Too reliant on one export. I would say, like, to a degree, the massive amount of land that's good for farming in New Zealand is kind of a resource cost, because it means that they don't have to develop much outside of that, which they have done. It's not that it hasn't happened, it's just that it is, at least in exports, it is kind of dependent. A little bit. Like, there's a lot of, what do you say? There's a lot of exports is reliant on, um, like dairy farming and other kinds of farming. Overspending became unsustainable, and price controls. Economy faltered while poverty, inflation, shortages increased. Inflation rate of 800%. Jesus Christ. Well, I've basically run out of water drops. So that's annoying. this is gross. That's disappointing. Total bullshit. This guy's just totally corrupt. Crazy. And people think Venezuela's a good place. No, it's not. I honestly, sometimes I think, like, socialism doesn't really work that well unless you already have a degree of capitalism. Like in China, China has added in capitalism to help develop its economy because that's what you need to do, right? You can't have a poor, undeveloped country and just switch to socialism and expect it to work. It's absurd. Capitalism, state capitalism, socialism. Maybe even social democracy, socialism, communism. And I know a lot of people hate this idea that you have to go through these stages, but you can't just skip from, like, poverty. You can't just skip from capitalism or poor development, not even have proper capitalism or state capitalism and go all the way to socialism, right? New Zealand doesn't even have social democracy yet. It doesn't even have state capitalism as China does. It has a little bit of social democracy and not very much of this. It's like, you know, to go straight to socialism is probably not the most reasonable thing to do. To skip all of these stages. Because if you do skip all the stages, your economy might not actually develop properly. Like, neoliberalism is just... like, prior to state capitalism, I would say. Something like that. Well, it's part of capitalism. This is what China has. No. Well, social democracy is mostly private. China, Singapore, former Soviet Union. Like a combination of these two would be socialism. If you took the state ownership of state capitalism and the welfare and the rights and stuff of social democracy, you'd get socialism. Bro, my key's getting stuck. Bro. No, stop moving. Oh my god, bro. Like, a democratic socialism would be such an ideal, but you have to think, does it really, isn't it just idealistic to think, you know, we'll vote in, we'll vote in socialism? I don't know, it seems too idealistic to me. Doesn't the capitalist always corrupt elections? Isn't that what they do with their money? Don't they always corrupt elections with their money? See, democratic socialism is against revolution, and I feel like revolution is kind of necessary. If you can't go through democracy, you kind of have to try for revolution. Isn't that the point? Isn't that how it works? So, democratic socialists, like, explicitly anti-revolution. Is that a point? So I wasn't really sure. I didn't really know that. If all these walls could talk. What is that? See, I don't even know if this... That's not even the gun I was thinking of. That Save the World gun, is it actually good, or is it just unreliable? Can you rely on it to get kills, or can you not? Yeah, which doesn't work. I don't think capitalism can just be reformed. I don't agree with that. Like, the whole system is based on exploiting some people for the benefit of others. How do you reform that when that is the fundamental? Like, that is the main point, is that it exploits some people at the expense of others. That's what it does. That's the point of the system. That's how capitalism's always been. You make money by paying people less than you make off of their labor. Pay them less for their labor than you receive from it. Holy shit. That was lucky. I thought I was gonna lose that. What was he shooting at me with? This thing? What kind of gun is this? Some sort of shotgun. Right, I need some health. Oh no. Run. Oxa rifles. Bro, why am I carrying that? Like, Mamdani says he's a democratic socialist, but I feel like in practice he's more like a social democrat. Like, he's not calling for fucking, you know, public ownership of New York's businesses and stuff, is he? He's not calling for that. He's not calling for mandatory unions in New York, is he? He's not doing any of that. Well, exactly what of, like, he's doing rent controls. That's kind of it. That's all I've heard, at least, is the rent controls. I was an idiot. What was he thinking? Mucha novia. Mucha novia. I forgot to do a rivalry. I see you. Fuck. What is that gun? What? What is that gun? Is it good? I switched to shotguns because he got so close, but I don't know, maybe I missed too many shots. Is the Oxa rifle good? He's got 12 kills, bro. Come on. 12 kills. I had 1. What the fuck was that? Gradually. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of gradually can be a bit seems slow. Democratic socialism rejects state capitalism. Okay, yeah, that makes sense, but I mean, I think in the case of China, they're doing a very good job of actually developing the country with the bureaucrats, though. And they do say that, oh yeah, eventually we'll reform. I don't know. I don't know. In theory, right? So, yeah, I mean, in theory you have democratic accountability, but in reality, how super reliable is democracy really? I don't know, because Lenin would say it's kind of unreliable and kind of naive or too idealistic to think, oh, we can just let people vote, let people make their own decisions. People who aren't the best educated as to like what that might actually lead to, you know? Like, if people are full of false consciousness, we can see, like, you have a left wing alternative in New Zealand in the Green Party, a social democrat alternative, and nobody votes for them. They don't get votes because people vote against their own interests. So, these social uh, democratic socialists think if we just like make people aware of stuff without without full time like re-education type shit, that they'll just believe or they'll come to the rational choice. I don't think that's realistic, right? It's also the issue that if things in the short term start going wrong, you just get voted out, and then you won't be able to do anything long term, right? And they might even vote for a reactionary or a farther right party. You see, this is the problem with social democracy: is the workers don't actually control anything. The workers can vote. You can vote, but you can't actually control stuff. If you vote for a social democrat, you still live in a privately owned country. Voting for social democrats usually leads to right-wing people getting in power shortly after, because the companies all lobby. The private companies then all spend their money and use their influence to get a right-wing party in, which undoes the reforms. Because it doesn't challenge the ownership of the means of production. Like Cuba is state-owned, but is Cuba state capitalist? Because everything's just owned by the government. It's not actually owned by the workers, isn't it? See, I don't know if democratic control of the economy is a good idea, though, because we can already see people make bad decisions when they vote for who leads the country. Democratic control is like a good idea when you have like educated voters who actually know what they're voting for. But we see very frequently that doesn't look to be the case. And people will vote against even their own personal interests because they've been misled. The people are misled all the time by, the wealthy, often. The wealthy, the ruling class, elite groups that dominate them. They actually get led by those people in the wrong direction. How's that going to work if those same people are the ones controlling the economy? I would expect it to just go the same way. Whether it's actually achievable or just turns into one of the other two, that's an interesting question. I feel like in practice in the West, social democratic socialism is almost always just social democracy. Like it's a nicer face on capitalism. What is Mamdani doing? For example, he calls himself a democratic socialist. What is he actually doing to change ownership and control and put it in the hands of the workers? I don't think he's doing any of that. I don't think he's doing any of it. Social democratic reforms, right? This is say, well, critics have argued his proposals are more social democratic than traditional socialism, which is that's what it is. He's not doing democratic socialism. He's doing social democracy. It's always social democracy. It's always social democracy or neoliberalism. That's what you've got on like the left and the center today. And then the right is like just insane. It's you got social democracy or you got neoliberalism. That's the left in New Zealand. Center the center and the left in New Zealand. Labour is neoliberalism with a little bit of social democracy, and the Greens are all social democracy. Most of the Green Party candidates aren't even against capitalism. They don't even think capitalism is that bad. Bernie Sanders. That's what he calls himself. It's not very useful, is it? What do they actually do? In reality, they don't actually do anything. He's been from Vermont. He's been the senator of Vermont for how long? And Vermont's not a fucking socialist paradise, is it? He's literally in the highest leadership position. Who's stopping him? It's fucking stupid, bro. Honestly, shit is absurd. So these Americans, they call themselves that, and then they don't actually do democratic socialist things when they get elected. They do social democrat things. It's like they don't know what they're talking about. Seriously. It's like doing more for working people as opposed to the rich can also be part of social democracy. It's not Animal Farm, bro. What do you mean think Animal Farm? That's a critique of Stalinism. Couldn't expect less from CNN. They don't even bother trying to be unbiased. It's fucking journalism, bro. It's absurd. It's not fucking Animal Farm. Yeah, it doesn't support a class war, and that's part of the reason why it'll never actually achieve anything major. All they can do is little reforms that take so long will all be dead by the time they ever actually achieve anything significant. Even if they're in power forever, they take so long to do anything. It's pretty insignificant. Freeze rents for 1 million, subsidize the buses to make them free, make childcare free, and start city-run grocery stores. That's a start. Increase taxes on the wealthiest. Should have been done already. Require approval by the state legislature, and that's probably not going to happen. This should be the main goal. The means of production being in the hands of private industry is the whole problem. That is the problem of capitalism. If it's a problem when it's only in private industry, it's a problem when it's only in the hands of a few bureaucrats, right? It should be in the hands of the people working there, and the rest of the people living in the state should benefit from it. Sounds more like social democracy. Of course Americans think capitalism is positive. They live in the country that benefits from it the most by exploiting the rest of the world. Be better off asking someone from a poor country whether capitalism's good. They'd say no. Why would they say yes? Unless they're a rich person. The Americans are like the rich of the world, right? It's the richest country on earth. Of course, most of the people there probably think that the system that they currently run works pretty well. Because they're not the ones who actually have to suffer under it the most. I thought it said 2. Bro, this is always bugged. I don't have another one. Why is it? This is so fake. They're not equal. No one is playing Team Foundation, bro. Barely any people. Except this guy. This guy's on 3. He used to be on 1, now he's on 3. I already checked those, didn't I? This is gonna be spammed the fuck out of, I know it. Reforged, so what, is it actually gonna be good this time, or I don't know. Yeah, that's basically what social democracy is. Like, how are they different from a social democrat? Except for what they call their long-term goals. Isn't short-term social democracy, isn't short-term democratic socialism just social democracy? Isn't it the same thing? Not proposing to abolish markets, eliminate private ownership, or worker control of farms. The long term's never gonna come, though, is it? It's never gonna arrive.
Stepping stones, but will they actually be? That's the question. Will it ever actually reach that? I doubt it. I doubt it. Right, Bernie Sanders has been totally useless. For example, he hasn't achieved anything. He hasn't achieved anything except be a social democrat in practice and give some speeches and shit. That's all he's ever achieved. He has done nothing else because he's not actually for real change. Specifically because he works within this democratic system that gives him power, and then he also bows down to it when it disagrees with him. So when the Democrats went with what was her name? Hillary Clinton instead of him. He what does he do? Does he agitate? Does he get people on the street? No. He doesn't even splinter off or anything. He just sits down and he takes it. It's fucking useless. He's achieved nothing. He's achieved nothing except feels, a sentiment. It represents a certain feeling and that's it. It's fucking stupid. Specifically because they're so gradual and pro-democracy, they never achieve anything. Never achieve anything really significant. It's just minor stuff, which many social democrats in other countries have already done. Especially Marxists, that's what I call myself. Stabilize capitalism rather than transform it. There's no transformation taking place. You're just making it, the reformism makes it slightly easier for people to live in the place. That's all it does. Reforms like welfare and regulation can reduce pressure for deeper change, make the system more acceptable, and that's what it does. They call themselves democratic socialists, but functionally they're social democrats. I'm not saying you don't have to jump to full socialism. They're not even trying to do any socialism. Like this is like a fucking straw man type thing. I never said full socialism. I mean, they're not even doing any socialism. Not even a little bit. Really. Just a bit of subsidies here and there. Some rent controls. That's it. What has Bernie Sanders ever done? He's been senator for Vermont. Has he actually done anything? I don't even know. I can't think of anything. Maybe his marketing's just really bad. It's public, influencing perceptions. Are they even building unions, though? Because I'm not even seeing them do that. Are they even doing unions? Social democracy is not the endpoint, it's the path. Oh, really? We don't even have social democracy being done in New Zealand, bro. We've got fucking National Party right coalitions on. And people are enjoying it, and it's fucking awful. Labour was pretty terrible as well, but this is, like, also terrible. They are closer to social democrats in terms of stated ideology and long-term goals. Yeah, but my criticism there is, will the long term ever eventuate? Will the long term ever actually turn up and be a real thing? Because it doesn't seem like there's actually, they don't have a what do you call it? Like a set of a time. Where's the timeline? There's no timeline at all. There's not like, here we're going to do this, then we're going to do this, later on we're going to do this. Bernie Sanders is going to die within the next decade, probably, bro. He's like 90 or something. He's in his late 80s, right? Yeah, but is it an accurate label? It's a stronger break, but it signals that. But is it an accurate label? I don't think so. Why do they call themselves socialists if they're actually social democrats in practice? If a thing is called like by what it does, you can't call them socialists because they don't actually do socialism. In theory, they consider themselves socialists, but in practice they don't do any socialism. As every fucking time these people who call themselves a kind of a socialist get in the West at least, they don't actually do any of it. They might as well call themselves something else and just do something else. Why not just call yourself a social democrat? Or at least say, my policies are social democratic, not socialist. See, this is what ChatGPT says, they're pursuing a social democratic program. So they're not actually currently pursuing socialism. That's kind of a problem. When they call themselves one thing and then do something else which is not the same. Dude, like, is Mamdani gonna be real change? No. Like, the answer's no. If you're really poor, you get a free bus, maybe your rent gets stabilized a bit. Notice how it's rent stabilization, as in the prices won't go up. They're not actually decreasing rents, which they could do if they wanted to. Like... And here we see, very obviously, the reforming capitalism, not doing away with it. The making capitalism nicer instead of actually fixing the problem, which is capitalism, by not doing capitalism as much. It's fucking stupid, bro. Honestly. They're not even explicitly anti-capitalist in action. Often, only social democratic, just trying to reform capitalism. That's what they're doing. That's why Bernie Sanders is, like, ineffective. That's why Mamdani, even though he has power, does very little. Just little things. If you're an actually poor, really badly off person, you're not gonna do that much better. It's just little things around the edges. That food was shit. It's over now. It's over now. Dum 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 dum. This was 2017? What? I don't... Surely not. $2017. I thought it was way earlier than that. I thought it was like a 2015 one. Wish I won't suck. $2018? No, it says 2018. Was it 2018? This is 2017. Who knows? Fuck. Shit, he's got the skin with a million styles. Get out. I'm really tired. Kinda wanna go to bed. Possibly gotta call Wens unless they sent me that message by error. Check if they cancelled my benefit. Isn't this the meteor from OJ? Is this a visitor's pod? Fucking hell. They had gold double shotguns. Bro, what? And the purple combat. And full health. Almost. And, like, shield. Six, seven. Someone's house, obviously. How would you even manage that? What's, like... It's crazy. What the fuck? I shows speed, bro. He's got abs, damn. Okay, I think I'll get off for like 30 minutes or an hour. Maybe go back on later.